Hello? Wait, is there audio now? Oh my goodness. Okay. So apparently, I've been talking this whole time to nobody. Really unfortunate. For some reason, we weren't picking up any audio whatsoever, and I'm not too sure why. I just unplugged and replugged in our the device that connects the microphone to the computer, and that seemed to fix it. So, although I had put the music on to test it, and that also didn't seem to be picking up. But now we got audio, and we have music, so we won't be so bored in between events. Okay, so I've been giving commentary this entire time, and nobody's been able to hear me. So right now, I gotta get myself situated because I just spent like this entire event troubleshooting. So let's see. So far, Natasha McMullen and Jenna Dare are done with this event, both finishing with 40 pounds. We still have every other lifter having at least one more attempt, although almost everyone has already done two. Oh, and Jose Morneau is out with 40 pounds as well. I remember seeing Jose's opening lift, and it didn't look like it was that hard for her, so I am surprised to see that she is already out. So that is going to be rough for her in the overalls, but she does have a pretty decent lead in that third place position over Madison, who's looking to pick up some points here on her last attempt. 45 pounds for Madison. Trying many different grips here. Tried in between the fingers. Trying kind of like almost like a hub style. She's trying with the side of her finger, which did seem to be the way that Michelle Collins, who is our most seasoned grip sport athlete here today, did it. No lift there for Madison. So she'll finish at 40 pounds, which leaves her in a tie for Jose. So Jose's third place spot is safe. Gian's coming out for a 50-pound attempt. So Gian, a bit smaller hands, has worked against her on the rest of the events today. But maybe this one being a smaller implement suits a smaller-handed athlete a little bit better. Trying a couple different types of grip. Oh, she got it off the ground. This might be the way that she can get this done. That doesn't look like a very comfortable grip. It's almost maybe a pain tolerance test. And she's able to get it. Our first athlete successful with... Oh, my bad. That was 45 pounds. Our graphic had her at 50. It was 45 pounds, so not quite the leapfrog that I thought it was, but still a good lift for Gian. And up next, we have Michelle Collins coming out for an attempt at 50 pounds. All the rest of our athletes still in this competition, all have opted to attempt 50 pounds. Oh, I think I just heard Tyler say that this would be a new Canadian record. Not sure if I overheard or if there is a potential for a fourth attempt for a Canadian record. They are allowed to do fourth attempts, but only 4 records. It won't count towards their score in the competition. So right now, for Michelle to have a chance, she needs to hit this. She needs Anna Fund to miss it, and she needs every other athlete to hit this 50-pound attempt. Oh, looks like the pin popped out. Oh, might just be a little bit out of her range today. Trying with the left. We've seen a few athletes successful in previous events by switching from their dominant to non-dominant hands. No lift there for Michelle. Which means our next athlete coming out is Anastasia Fun, winner of our Iron Claw 1, our grip competition last year. She's coming out to attempt the same weight, 50 pounds. Anna has very strong thumbs. She is a plumber as her full-time job, so a lot of manual labor. She has very jacked thumbs. Oh, but is struggling with this 50-pound attempt. Originally, the athletes were told that that this would be an implement where they could take 1-pound jumps. I think they maybe have changed that ruling because they're trying to get the lifting done in time for the men's lifting, which was supposed to start at 12, but we will be having a rules meeting and warm-up time for the men. Ooh. Looks like it's just a little bit too much for Anna there. So she is still going to be in a tie for first with Michelle, Candace, Kelly, and Jian, all successful at 45 pounds. I've been saying all day to nobody because my audio wasn't being picked up. Candace has a grappling background, and I was very confident that one of these events she would just be able to figure it out, and now we've seen it. I knew it was going to happen. Okay, I think I just heard Tyler say 6 pounds off of the Canadian record. And a good lift for Kelly. That looked like a very comfortable lift. Jian, the last lifter to attempt this 50-pound load. So we saw. This is more what we saw from Kelly and Candace. Was this almost like a wedging the fingers in and then using the side of the thumb? Whereas, as we saw from Michelle, is the most experienced in grip sport. She was doing the opposite. She was wedging her thumb in against the side of her index finger on the other side of the ball. So Jian's can just get it started, but slips out as soon as the implement leaves the floor. You're in third going in. You're probably safe in third. You'd probably have to ask Tyler, but I think they'd be okay with that. So what's the record? Oh. Do you see that? There you go. Yeah, 110. It didn't get weighed though, right? You'd have to ask Tyler and Tristan, but I'm sure they'd be fine with that. Like world record, I'm sure.
It went up to 115, and I said, "Well, that was 115."
Yeah, ask them. Okay, sorry for the silence there. Just Jose Morneau was just in talking to somebody in grip sport, and she found out that she actually exceeded the existing world record for one of our previous lifts by quite a bit. It was in the two-handed flask, and the world record, Jose, we only have an open category, all the women competing against everyone else, but Jose Morneau is over 50 years old, and in the 50-plus category, the world record for the two-handed flask was 97.4 pounds, and she was successful at 110. So she is currently talking to head referee Tristan Hoth and organizer of the competition Tyler Sigurdsson, seeing about if basically, if that record can be ratified, because they would have to get the implement weighed. We do have the attempt on camera with calibrated plates, so I'm curious if we would be able to weigh all of the apparatus and the plates as they were, because it's all the exact same plates being used, and then we do have her on camera lifting those exact plates, or if they'll make her attempt it again if we have time. But she should be able to get that record that she rightfully earned. So it looks like right now we're going up to have an attempt at a national record between Candice Dare and Kelly Giddings. So this is actually, these are fourth attempts for these two athletes. So this won't count towards the actual score of the competition. The rules today: athletes are allowed 3 attempts, but for record purposes, they can do a 4th attempt. The 4th attempt is only for the record, so it will not count. See if we can get our stream updated in time for Candice and Kelly's record attempt. This is 57.1 pounds. Added to the wrong athlete. Ooh. A little bit tough here for Candice. Still trying the same technique that worked for her at the 50 pounds, but this is a big jump. This is more than a 10% jump for this record. Try to just get it with pure aggression. Not there for Candice. We still have one more attempt at this weight, though. Kelly Giddings attempting it. Same weight, 57.1. And she got it with room to spare. New national record in the finish ball. Okay, so we're going to quickly figure out the scores for our female competitors. Okay, our points seem to be calculated correctly, but the placings are not. So I'm gonna mute myself for a minute here and talk to head referee and make sure. Oh, he's actually doing a rules meeting. I will talk to our contest promoter, and we will get the scores settled and be right back with our women's results. Okay, so we got our podium starting. I will get our camera centered on the podium. I have the camera hooked up to a joystick, but it stopped working right before the competition started. So I now have just essentially a TV remote for controlling the position. So it's very cumbersome. I can't do fine adjustment. So all of our women were registered in the Open. They're all competing against all others, but we are going to give out medals for our teen division, and we also might have medals for our age category divisions, because we did have 2 athletes who would be in the 50-plus category. The rest of our athletes were all, and Natasha being a teen. Jumping straight into the Open medals, Jose Morneau, one of our 50-plus athletes, 3rd place overall. She had a great day. She basically was just behind our 2 leaders the entire day. So the last event was the only one she didn't get 3rd. She got 6th in the last event. Michelle Collins had a great day, placed 2nd in the first 3 events, and then tied for 3rd on the last event of the day. And our back-to-back Iron Claw champion in the women's category, back-to-back years, Manitoba Grip Sport champion, Anna Fund. Anna has plans to go to Grip Sport North Americans, which is taking place nearby in Minnesota this year. So I believe it was a win here would qualify her for North Americans. So she's punched her ticket. Anna also background in Olympic weightlifting, and she does strongman, but doesn't train her grip. She does a labor job. She trains her grip through Olympic weightlifting, through strongman, but just is a phenomenal athlete all around. Can kind of jump in and be competitive in anything strength related. Oh, we got James Jeffers. Hi, James. Glad to have you here. Sorry if you tuned in before I had the audio working. Everything on my end looked good. I wasn't aware until somebody brought it up here in person, and I had to just unplug and plug something back in. I said Tyler's looking lean. I don't know what Tyler's body weight is at right now. I think he's been pretty consistent. Yeah, I hope your off season is going well. Hope you're feeling good and getting ready for the upcoming strongman season. And we have a lot of big plans here in Manitoba. Yeah, so I think we're gonna have a little while before the men's competition starts. I'm gonna throw on our stream starting soon screen, and I am going to go listen in on the rules meeting because I will also be competing. And still running the stream, so I'll be going back and forth. The stream's gonna say 30 minutes, but probably I'll say we'll be lifting in about 15 to 20. So check back in, and I will try my best to give updates once the rules meeting is over and people are more on warming up. I'll try to jump in and give updates where I can. So we will see you soon. All right, I'm jumping in with an update here. So the rules meeting is finished, but we're now just giving the athletes a bit of time to warm up, and also the open athletes are weighing in because we didn't realize that was necessary, well, Tyler didn't realize it was necessary. So we'll be back, or we'll be hopefully starting the lifting in probably about 10 minutes, I would say, 10 to 15. Probably, this timer might be pretty accurate, all things considered. So we'll be back shortly. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Let me get the actual competition up. Oh, we are starting. That was not a lot of warm-up. I only got one warm-up in. So we'll see how that goes. Last time I didn't get to warm up at all, but... Okay, first up, we got Michael Reed, known as Baz. Baz is... Ooh, I don't want to mischaracterize his age. He's in his 60s. Starting us off with 165-pound on his double overhand axle deadlift. For our men's categories, we do have different categories. They're not all lumped into the open, but we're running this as just one flight all the way through. So it looks like we've had 2 dropouts because we're still lacking openers for 2 lifters. And lifting has started, so I'm gonna quickly just delete those lifters. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I should be able to. All right, we're gonna take a risk. I'm screwing up our scorekeeper because I'm moving things around. I hope that didn't throw them off too much. Oh. Okay. One athlete already has all 3 of his attempts listed in. Okay. Make sure that we're caught up now that the scores are all entered correctly. We got Jeff Hampson coming out for 205. Good lift for Jeff. Jeff is competing in our under 83 kilogram category. This is Baz coming up again for his 3rd lift. It looked like it was just starting to slip out of his hands. Got the down command in the nick of time. 205 pounds for Baz. And next we're going to have Aaron Clark. Young lifter, new lifter at Iron Age. He did the novice show in Winkler at the end of our 2024 season. And then I believe he did one more novice show at Iron Image last year. So he's, he was brand new to the gym. We did the Winkler comp, so he was allowed to do a second novice show once he got a little bit of training under his belt. But he's he'll be jumping into the open categories now. Jacket is a bit too long, so that's what's going on right now. His jacket was obscuring his wrists, so our head referee couldn't tell whether he was wearing wrist straps or not. Oh, sorry, we got some hair at in the shot. Let's see if we get a second where there's a pause where I can ask them to move over. It looks like they'd be able to move their chair off to the side. Here, while they change weights, I will be right back. All right, that was Dano Trenholm. And there's Gian. So Dano, that was 225 pounds. He already has his next 2 attempts, 235 and 245. So we know when we'll see Dano. Dano? I should have gotten his the pronunciation of his name. New lifter, not familiar with him. Tom Bahaldo, staple of the Manitoba strongman scene, just competed last weekend at the Natural Worlds qualifier. Oh, we have two last name confusion again, I will quickly change that so we can separate out the two Drummonds. We have a father-son duo, just like we had a mother-daughter duo earlier. There we go. So now we've separated out our two Drummonds. It hasn't updated with David Drummond's successful lift yet. And that was Garrett LeBlanc. So we got Jeff Hampson coming out with 225 for his second attempt. And good lift for Jeff. His left hand looks like it is just lagging a little bit behind. All right, we had two athletes, I guess, late sign-ups that were missing from our score sheet. So we have James Wary. This is 225 pounds on the bar. And then we also have Rob Snow added to the score sheet. Oh, there we go. We got a refresh now. So James is just successful at the 225. I believe means our next attempt is going to be Dano Trenholm, attempting 235 pounds. So we're missing a good lift for Dano. Rob Snow coming up with 245 pounds. One of the athletes is complaining that they were skipping over him, but he never gave his second attempt. So now we have Garrett LeBlanc doing 235. And a good lift for Garrett. So now, up next, we have Rob Snow attempting 245 pounds. Our opening lift for Rob Snow. He's in our men's Masters 50 plus category. Rob Snow, long time power lifter. And an easy lift for Rob Snow. I'm surprised with how many beltless lifts we've seen. I find if you make the deadlift easier, it's also makes it a lot easier to focus on just squeezing the bar. And it kind of works in the reverse. If you have a good grip on a deadlift, it makes the lift feel much easier to the actual lift if you don't have to focus on holding on to the bar. So it works both ways. Up next, Tom Pahal, 245 pounds. We got quite a few more attempts at this weight, actually. Good lift from Tom Pahal. Which means that Our next lifter is going to be David Drummond. David is one of our men's 50-plus competitors. His son is a fairly regular competitor in our men's 90-kilogram weight class in strongman. He convinced his dad to jump in on the grip comp. That was a good lift there at 245 pounds. Oh, slip there from Jeff. Oh, he looks like he's talking himself out of it. You got to believe you can do it. Come on, Jeff. Gonna try this one more time. Not there today. So Jeff's best lift was 225 pounds. We got Dano Trenholm coming out for 245 pounds. Him and Jeff are both U80 or U83 athletes. So they'll be looking to one-up each other. And our other U83 athlete, Garrett LeBlanc. Garrett just works in trades. He doesn't have a gym that he trains at. Struggling a little bit here with this 245. Just can repeatedly just get it off the ground. Gonna try a sumo stance here. Keep his hands directly underneath. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. It's a good effort, though, from Garrett. He's putting himself in the mix in that U83 division that has 4 athletes for our U83s. Tom Pahal, the only one with one lift still left. Tom was successful at 225 and 245. We won't see him back out until 265. This implement does 10-pound jumps. So up next, we're going to have Dan McMullen, our last men's 50-plus competitor to make an appearance. Smooth opener for Dan McMullen. Get a bit of a celebration. Up next is another one of our 50-plus competitors, David Drummond, back out for his 3rd attempt. And that's a good lift for Dave. Sounded like the deadlift took more effort than the grip. Be interesting to see Dave, the least competition experience out of all of our 50-plus competitors. So it'll be interesting to see kind of as he figures out where he belongs in placings wise and on these other implements that everyone's less familiar with. Imagine he's gonna have a bit of a feeling out process before kind of gets a sense of who he should be coming out after and who he doesn't have to worry about chasing. So up next we got James Weary. James Weary making a big jump from, he opened with 225 and now he's going 265. So a 40-pound jump in the mid 200s. He's a young lifter, probably a new lift for him. Maybe he just underestimated himself a little bit on the opener. A good lift at 265 pounds. He has one more attempt. Imagine he'll probably go 285, I would guess. This lift allows 10-pound jumps. Tyler is just announcing the Canadian record on this double overhand axle deadlift is 457 pounds, held by our head referee Tristan Hoth. I don't know if anyone's going to be challenging that today. Now, a few lifters opening up in the high 300s. But I think if we're going for to break that record, you'd got to be opening up in the 4s. Easy lift for Rob Snow at 265 pounds. He's got one more attempt. We got our next lifter coming out, Tom Pahal. He's so far 2 for 2. Looking to put himself firmly in first place amongst our U83s. Oh, but a little slip there. I'm just going to do a quick reset. Tom representing Iron Image Gym in Selkirk, Manitoba. It's a phenomenal facility there. For one of the few facilities that really manages to cater to any fitness goals. Oh, I tried to sneak up on the bar, but it knew it was coming. So no lift there from Tom. That leaves him in a tie for first amongst our men's U83s. So next we got Aaron Clark coming out for his final lift at 265 pounds. A smooth lift up to about the knees. Ooh, got it a little bit higher that time. Not quite there for Aaron today. He'll finish with a 245-pound successful attempt. So up next is going to be an opener for Lane Campbell at 275 pounds. Lane, one of our longest competing athletes, has a job that's very busy during the summer, so he's not able to make it to as many competitions as I'm sure he would like, but we're happy to have him here. I don't know how good Lane's grip is, actually. Oh, not quite locked out there with a 275. Hopefully Lane didn't overextend a little bit on this opener. Oh, much smoother lift on the second attempt. There we go. That looked like how an opener should. Up next, we got Mateo Clayton, also attempting 275 pounds. Ooh. Just popped out of his grip there. Very sudden. Ooh, just over the knees, he's losing it. This was a huge jump. He jumped 60 pounds from his first to his second attempt. I'm not familiar with Mateos. I think a newer competitor. Overshot there a bit. So up next we have Dan McMullen coming out also for 275 pounds. We still have two of our Masters 50-plus competitors left in. We got Dan McMullen. This is his second attempt with 265, and we have Rob Snow coming out after him, also attempting 275, but that will be his third attempt. I don't know if that was just readjusting the bar. He's not quite centered. Ooh. He's getting it to his knees, but not quite all the way to lockout. Ooh, that was both the same spot. It looks like he's having a little bit of an issue keeping it centered because the bar's tipping quite a bit, but that does happen with a more narrow hand placing. He's just going to go get more chalk. Still got time. You have, or grip sport, you have 1 minute. You can take as many attempts as you want, but you have 1 minute. Ooh. 15 seconds from Tristan Hoth, our head referee. 10 seconds. No. Not there today for Dan. Rob Snow, 275. So Rob Snow on his third attempt, he might be able to steal the win out here on the first event for our men's 50 plus category. Here we go. Rob Snow coming up. 275 pounds. He's currently tied. No, actually, my mistake. He with a 265. He already won the men's 50 plus double overhand axle event. Oh, I didn't even change the event name. Double overhand. Here we go. Rob Snow, 275. Easy lift for Rob. Okay, so up next we have Cam Chorney coming over his opening attempt. Cam is a big athlete. Looks like he has big hands, which is going to be a big advantage, especially in this first event. For most grip sport competitions, big hands is a pretty big advantage, but particularly in the axle bar deadlift. Frankly, it makes it closer to doing a regular deadlift. Easy opener for Cam there. Up next, Trevor Jaworski. He's one of our 40-plus athletes for strongman. Here. Trevor, a former third-place finisher at Manitoba's Strongest Man back in 2022. See, up next we have Denzel LeBlanc. You saw his brother earlier, Garrett LeBlanc, and I just realized that is going to lead to, we have another last name pairing. I need to make sure that it finds the correct weight to show you on screen. All right, so that should update shortly, but good lift from Denzel. That was with 295 pounds. Now this is Boone Drummond. We already saw David Drummond. This is his son Boone. Another big frame, big hands. And a good opener for Boone at 295 pounds. This is Lane Campbell from Roblin, Manitoba. Ooh, bit of a slip there. This is a 20-pound jump. Maybe could have taken a 10-pound jump, but Lane making a big push on the second attempt. Not there today, so he got his opener, so he's not zeroing the event. We haven't had any zeros so far in any event. It's great to see. Hopefully we can make it the entire day. All right, we got Cam Chorney coming out with 305 pounds. Soon I will have to leave you to get ready for my own lift. Cam Chorney, nice smooth deadlift at 305. Well, it looks like he's indicating it's starting to go on him. Once we're done with the current round of 305-pound pulls and they're adjusting the weight, I will leave you for a minute so I can go grab my equipment, because I will need to be lifting soon. You got James Wary attempting 305. So this is another 40-pound jump, but his 265 looked pretty smooth. I think he can get this. James has a really good deadlift. He's in the mid 500s. He's chasing a 6-plate deadlift right now. Bit of a struggle there on his first try. Oh, no, struggling a little bit. Okay, I'm going to mute myself, and I will be back in about 2 minutes. I'm back. We have Trevor Jaworski currently attempting. It sounded like he was not able to hold the bar all the way till it returned to the ground. So the bar has to be controlled, which control basically just means that your hands have to be touching it. You can't let it slip out of your hands. Makes sense here in grip sport. You got to be able to demonstrate that you are fully in control of the bar, grip-wise. Oh, just shy of lockout. Looked like he tried to rest it on his legs because he knew it was slipping. So not quite there for Trevor. That's about as close as you can get, though. So now we got Denzel LeBlanc coming out. And a good lift for Denzel at 315. Now Cam's coming up, also attempting 315 pounds. This will be Cam's third attempt. Getting to the tail end of this category, or this flight now. Ooh, not quite there for Cam. Oh, I don't know about a snatch grip. If anything, I think Cam could try potentially doing a semi-sumo, just get his hands a little bit more directly under his shoulders. I'm told to re-chalk. One more try. Now only able to get about mid-shin there. Not quite there for Cam today. But he did have a successful lift at 305, which means that he did take the smallest jump, and he didn't leave any pounds on the platform. This is Kwai Leong. He's from Alberta. He's from Tristan's gym. Came all the way out to Manitoba to compete here today. Really interested to see what Kwai is able to do because obviously being that he's from Alberta, we're not familiar with him at all here in Manitoba. Kwai, I believe, is a Masters 40 plus, and that was a super, super easy lift for Kwai. Up next is Boone Drummond with a 325-pound deadlift. Same weight that we just saw. And a good lift from Boone. Boone has a very narrow deadlift stance, so he's able to keep his hands more directly under his shoulders than a lot of these other athletes, which when it comes to holding on to grip, the closer you are to a snatch grip, if you've ever done snatches, you know that makes the bar very hard to hold on to. So all the lifters typically use a hook grip. This is Denzel LeBlanc, his last attempt at 325 pounds. He's already successful at 315. Oh! And just a couple inches from lockout. Tristan's telling Denzel to re-chalk. He's very close on his first attempt. Oh, just to the knees. 15 seconds. 5 seconds. Nah. Not there for Denzel today. He'll finish the day with a 315-pound double overhand axle deadlift. Denzel and Boone are both in our men's U93 category. This is Cam's second attempt, 335 pounds. Ooh. I think he can get this if he's able to just move the deadlift faster. We have it too narrow of a grip there. Cam talking to his coach, Tyler. No, Cam, I believe, is just jumping into this for fun. I don't know if he's done any grip-specific events in Strongman yet. I know Cam is in his second year competing. Oh, 10 more seconds. One try. Nah, not there for Cam today. Still finished with his opening weight of 315 pounds. So up next is our other U93 athlete, Boone Drummond. He has actually won this event for his own category, but we're also doing open scoring, where all these athletes will be compared to each other. And that was a good lift at 335 pounds for Boone. Next up we have Kwai Leong. He's at 345 pounds. Before we jump into our group of male athletes opening up at 365 pounds. Which means that I will have to leave you shortly, because I'm in that group. First, Kwai Leong, 345 pounds. Easy rep for Kwai. And I imagine that was a 20-pound jump that he just took. I imagine he'll probably do another 20-pound jump, put himself into that group at 365 pounds. We have Eric Friesen up now, and I'll be following him. So as soon as he is done, I will mute myself and head over to the platform. And I was correct. Kwai Leong is going up to 365 pounds for his third attempt. Almost dropped it before the down command. I gotta go. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I forgot to chalk because I was rushing, but that's okay. It was a good lift. That's what an opener's for. Yeah, gotta be ready. That was a good lift from Nate. Nate has a monster grip, and so does our next athlete, Jeremy Baker. Good lift for Jeremy. We only have one athlete left to attempt the 365-pound weight, and that is Kwai Leong with his third attempt. Just shy of lockout there for Kwai. There we go. We're updated now with next attempts as well. Ooh. Taking all the time he needs here. Just be stronger, he says. I think that was actually Tristan that said that. Looks like not quite there for Kwai today, so he'll finish on his second attempt with 345 pounds. So up next we have Eric Friesen with 385 pounds. I will be following him also with 385 pounds. And then we'll have Nate Paul and Jeremy Baker both jumping up to 405 pounds for their second attempts. As soon as Eric is done, I'll mute myself. Good lift for Eric, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I forgot to do my next attempt. So this is Nate Paul at 405. Oh, he locked it out but didn't demonstrate control. Didn't get the down signal from our head referee. Yeah, he's just being told by Tyler he has it. Just to be patient at the top. He's a little bit off center there. That was a better attempt. Not go there, and he rushed the next one. You know, he had time. You really shouldn't be rushing unless you're absolutely pushed for it. One more attempt here for Nate. He has less than 10 seconds left. No, not there for Nate today. But still in that top group with a successful 365-pound lift. Now we have Jeremy Baker attempting 405 pounds. Same weight as Nate. Ooh. Surprise lift from Jeremy. Oh, he's going to clean off the bar. Oh, not quite there for Jeremy at 405 pounds. Then we have Eric Friesen coming out and attempting to. Eric is already successful with 385 pounds, which already puts him in a tie for first place with yours truly. Oh, and he was an inch shy of lockout. Tried to play it off by making eye contact with the head referee. That is a old school strongman trick. That's a veteran trick. You lift it, and if you're just not quite at lockout, you look at the referee in the eyes. You dare them to not give you the down command. Sometimes it pays off. Didn't in this case. We have Tristan Hoth he's being very strict. He's making sure that these lifters are lifting to the standard. Another attempt at 405, just to the knees, which means that we will be going up to 415, and that will be my last attempt. So I'm going to mute myself, and I will be back in a couple minutes. All right, and that is the end of our double overhand Axel Bardello. So we ended up at a tie for first between myself and Eric Friesen with, let's see. Not only is all appearing correctly on, it's just out of order. Nate Paul and Jeremy Baker tying for third with the 365-pound successful lift. We're going to take a short break and then be back with the Rogue Anvil. All right, we're starting our Rogue Anvil. Starting off with Baz Reed. Got to update my title here. There we go. So in this one, there is no down command. You just have to touch the knock bar. And with this anvil, the only rule, or the main rule, is that you cannot grab on that straight part that's right by the carabiner. You have to grab on the angled cone-shaped portion. So Baz Reed was successful with 85 pounds, and he's going up to 95 on his next one. Before that, we have Ryan Clark attempting 90 pounds. Sorry, Aaron. Aaron Clark, not Ryan. Aaron Clark successful at 90 pounds. Up next is going to be David Drummond, also attempting 90 pounds. Let's see if we can get our sheet updated. And he takes out the whole apparatus with a successful lift. Successful lift at 90 there. Up next is Dan McMullen. We got our back-to-back men's 50-plus competitors. Easy lift for Dan, just as a row with that. Doesn't even deadlift it. I need a hand warmer. It's a bit chilly. We did have a question from Snow Daddy Power in the comments. Snow Daddy, that's probably, was that Rob Snow? He's here now. I'm asking if it was chilly here. It is very cold in Winnipeg in general. And earlier we were having, when our women were lifting, there was a lot of people walking through the doors. Lots of the men's athletes showing up. We also have upstairs spaces rented out for group fitness, and yeah, a lot of those clients were coming in at the same time, and it was freezing in here while the women were lifting. Now I have Rob Snow, the last of our men's 50-plus competitors to make an appearance today. Successful at 95 pounds, putting himself in the lead. And up next is going to be Baz. Baz has many nicknames. If you could see the back of his shirt, it says Scrat on it. That's another one of Baz's nicknames. Actually, Michael Reed. And a gentle, successful lift for Baz. Up next, we have Dano Trenholm making his first attempt. Dano's attempting 100 pounds, so swapping out the weights. I keep hearing Tyler calling him Dan, so I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name. I copied it over from his registration sheet. He goes by Dan, in which case I apologize. But on the sheet, it was Dano, or Dano. Up next is Jeff Hampson, Iron Age athlete, beating the U83 category. It just popped out of his hand there. But I think, yeah, he can get that. Good lift for Jeff. Getting some feedback from his coach, Tyler Sigurdsson. for our next athlete, Trevor Jaworski. I'm surprised to see Trevor coming in this early. He might end up having to take some bigger jumps, unless maybe he has some familiarity with this lift. That looked like a really comfortable lift. You know, maybe he knows what he's capable of and knows that he should come in early, but I could see him taking some big jumps for his second and third attempts after that. Oh. I don't know what just happened to our to our score sheet. There we go. That was a weird glitch. We got Tom Pahal coming out next with 105 pounds. And a very, very easy, very casual lift from Tom Pahal. So up next is going to be Baz with a 105-pound attempt before we move up to 110 for Aaron Clark. Oh, here we go. Let's get this camera view unblocked. Give me one moment. All right, sorry about that. So it was a good lift from Aaron Clark, 110 pounds. And up next we have David Drummond coming out for his second attempt at 110. He made a big jump up here from 90 pounds up to 110 pounds. But successful nonetheless. Actually, we have a lot of our Masters 50-plus athletes are doing very, very large jumps here. I think we just had an error on the score sheet. Oh, sounds like the current weight is actually 105 pounds, not 110. Maybe it's like miscommunication between the score table and the competition floor. We had to swap out our scorer, so I think our women's champion Anna Fund has kind of been just dropped into a hot seat here, because Martin Demirov was our score table, but he had to go. So we'll have to get confirmation on what weight is actually loaded right now. I think that's what Tristan and Tyler are doing. But sounds like they just said that it was 110. So it was a error for the weight displayed on the competition floor, but not for what the athletes had asked for. So everyone lifted the weight that they wanted to lift. Oh, we got another person. We got another person in the way of the live stream, so I'm just... Oh, looks like they sorted it out themselves. I think our apparatus has kind of slowly shifted forward. This is... so you can actually see the full thing. There we go. Back centered in the screen. This is Jeff with 110 pounds. He's attempting. Jeff Hampson. Ooh. Ooh. Looks like is a little bit out of his range today. That knock bar is taking a beating with that anvil grip. Up next, Trevor Jaworski taking a 10-pound jump. And a good lift for Trevor. Up next, we have James Wary. I realized I recorded him as a teen competitor, but I think he actually aged out as a teen. Forget that it's a new year. So he'll be shifted back over to the men's open, I think, for the purpose of scoring. But that scoring is being calculated afterwards. Right now, everyone's just in one big flight. They're all trying to beat each other. Worry about the divisions later on. So this is a 115 pounds attempt for James. Oh, it looks like he got it high enough. I think it was right when David was walking in front of the camera. It looks like he got it high enough, but it rotated. And that stopped him from being able to hit the bar. There we go. Good lift for James at 115 pounds. Our referee is right now explaining that you do have to hit the crossbar. If it rotates, but it goes even if it goes high enough, it doesn't count. It has to hit the crossbar. I'm sure that's just for a consistency type of rule. Oh, Tom maybe wants a stool or blocks for his feet. Seems offended at the suggestion. Up next is Garrett LeBlanc. Attempting 120 pounds for his opening lift. We have about half of our lifters yet to come out, but almost no one is done lifting at this point. Oh. We have a carabiner malfunction. Don't know how that happened. Fetching our replacement. It better be a carabiner the same weight. Oh, that carabiner doesn't fit. You have a carabiner. We have a replacement. We're set. Garrett LeBlanc, 120 pounds. And a very gentle touch. Good lift from Garrett. All right, Denzel LeBlanc coming out next. 120 pounds, same weight as his brother opened up at. And an easy touch for Denzel. Up next, Cameron Richard Ross. Also 120 pounds. We have a lot of 120-pound lifts left to go before we increase the weight. This is Cam. I think he's trying to figure out the spin here. No, the gentlest of touches from Cam. All right, Rob Snow taking a big jump up from 95 pounds to 120 pounds. Rob Snow up for Mateo Clayton, Dano Trenholm, and Trevor Jaworski. Good lift from Rob. That was a nice bump up in weight to put himself firmly into the lead for the Masters 50-plus division. I imagine he's probably going to he might elect for a 125 if he doesn't think that the other competitors there have it in them. But he's actually gone for a 130. This is Mateo Clayton. A good lift there for Mateo at 120. Everyone's very offended at the suggestion that they use blocks to stand on. You're allowed to stand on blocks if you're a shorter athlete and it is hard to reach the crossbar. It's not a bad thing to be short. In fact, it's great in powerlifting. Way better for me if I was short. Probably a much better squat. Oh, and a good lift from Dano Trenholm on his third attempt. Next up is Trevor Jaworski. See if we got this. Oh, there we go. Updated. So, yep, Trevor's up now. And another easy lift from Trevor. I did think that he was opening a bit light. I think he could have done some bigger jumps there and finished somewhere in the 130 to 140 range. But 3 made lifts. Got to be happy with that. Up next, we have Aaron Clark at 125 pounds. Aaron Clark followed by David Drummond and Dan McMullen. So Aaron Clark, one of our newer competitors, jumping into the open strongman competitions this season, followed by 2 of our Masters 50-plus competitors. Aaron doesn't have the biggest hands, but a successful lift there for Aaron. He's pretty happy with it. And I believe that was his 3rd attempt, so he's done now. And up next we have David Drummond. Oh, I think he was trying to get it unhooked. Definitely went a bit light there. He was able to hold it there for so long, trying to get that. I don't know what to call it. The part of the apparatus that is meant to hit the knock bar, trying to get it unstuck from the hook. And a good lift for Dan McMullen as well. So 2 of our men's 50-plus competitors will tie at 125, which means Rob Snow made the right decision, suggesting a 130-pound 3rd attempt so he can finish with the win, if he gets it. Oh, didn't quite touch. And a nice touch there from Tom at 125. That was Tom's 3rd attempt. So up to 130 pounds now. Lots of lifters here going for 130 pounds. starting off with Cam Chorney opening up at 130 pounds. We also have Lane Campbell, who will be opening here at 130. The order is decided based on what the weight is because it is rising bar. But when two athletes are selecting the same weight, we did Olympic weightlifting style, so it's always going to be first attempts before second attempts before third attempts. So if you and another athlete are doing 130 pounds, but you're doing your opener and they're doing their second attempt, you will go before them. If you're on your same attempt, then it is based on random draw, which is how we settled the athlete order. Well, I guess the athlete order is based on rising bar, but how we entered the athletes in was in a random order. Successful lift there for Lane Campbell in his opener. So next up we have Garrett LeBlanc's second attempt. And successful second attempt from Garrett LeBlanc. He's going to be followed by his brother, Denzel LeBlanc. Good lift there from Denzel. Wonder if they're going to put in the same third. Garrett went 140. See about what Denzel opts for. But we have Cam coming up for an attempt at 130 pounds. And a good lift for Cam. Oh, Denzel's taking a big jump up to 150. This event allows for 5-pound jumps. So he's not just looking to edge his brother Garrett out, but beat him by a full 10 pounds. This is James Wary attempting 130 pounds. He's still trying to figure out how exactly he wants to grip it. No, not there for James. He's successful at 115 pounds, though. Rob Snow is coming up now at 130 pounds for his third attempt. This would give him the win in the Masters 50-plus category for this event. And a good lift for Rob Snow. That's I believe his second event win. Let me double check that so I'm not giving you false news. Yes, that was his second event win. His first event win was also the second place was a tie, which is great points wise because that means that they are going to split points, and he had a 1.5 point lead. So that's a great back-to-back results for Rob Snow. Up next we have Boone Drummond opening up at 140 pounds. Two athletes attempting this weight, Boone and then Garrett LeBlanc. No problem for Boone Drummond. Up next, Garrett LeBlanc. Ooh. Good lift there from Garrett LeBlanc. Took a few tries, but he was successful for 140 pounds. He went 3 for 3 on the implement. Up next, we have Cam Chorney at 145 pounds. Oh, sorry, not Cam Chorney. We have Cam Rashad Ross. Cam Chorney is 150 pounds, looks like. I guess that was changed. I guess maybe switched his second attempt, or maybe it was misrecorded. Maybe they typed it in the wrong Cam. There we go. Successful 145 third attempt for Cam Rashad Ross. So up next we have an opening attempt at 150 pounds for Eric Friesen. And a good opening attempt there for Eric. Next up, Nate Paul. We have a few openers here. We have Nate Paul coming up next, and then Jeremy Baker after him. Good lift for Nate Paul. See if we can get our score sheet updated. And a good lift for Jeremy Baker as well. Oh, and now it updates. Once they're all done. Now we got 3 more lifts at 150 coming. Cam Chorney, Lane Campbell, and Denzel LeBlanc. Still coming out for 150 pounds. I think I just said 140. 150 pounds, currently loaded. And the gentlest of touches from Cam Chorney. There's a big 20-pound jump for Lane. But Cam also jumped 20 pounds. Not quite there for Lane today. Denzel's up next, 150 pounds, a big 20-pound jump after a 10-pound jump. So we'll see if he's able to get it. Oh, just slipped out. I think he can get this. Oh, just doesn't quite look like he can break that off the ground now. He's trying to switch to the left hand. We saw this successful for some of the women's lifters on this event. No, that first attempt was definitely his best. He has 30 seconds left. He's re-chalking. Ooh. 10 more seconds for Denzel here. If he doesn't get this, he loses the Battle of the Brothers. And he got it! In the 11th hour, with no time to spare. Really haven't had that many true fails where it's led to the end of a lifter's attempts. Only 3 so far. Everyone else has managed to get it, at least within the time frame. We have Kwai Leong, and then as soon as he is done, I will have to mute myself because then it will be my turn to perform my opening lift at 160 pounds. Ooh, quite struggling here on his opener. Oh, just spun a little bit too much. He's got 30 seconds left. He had the height there. It just spun and got caught on the upright. See if he can get this. He's got about 15 seconds left. Not there today. That is our first bomb out. Unfortunate for Kwai. I'm going to mute myself, and I got to go perform my opening lift, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay there. Up next, we have Cam Chorney attempting 165 pounds. And he got it. Just barely tapped it, but he was successful at 165. Which means following him is going to be Eric Friesen at 170. We have a few lifts at 170 pounds. Eric Friesen, Nate Paul, and Jeremy Baker. I think it was all the same lifters who started at 150. This is Eric Friesen up now. And a good lift for Eric at 170 pounds. So up next is Nate Paul, also at 170 pounds. All these lifters doing 20-pound jumps. Oh, just missed there for Nate. Just slipped out right before the tap. Oh, he's less than an inch away on both of those. Might be worth it, yeah, to switch to the left hand. Give the right hand a bit of a break. One more try for Nate at 170 pounds. I don't know necessarily one more try. He's got time, but there's only so many tries you can take where you have a decent chance of getting it. Oh, I think it might be just a bit too much of a jump there for Nate. He for sure would have had it at 165. Not quite there for Nate today. Which is up next, we have Jeremy Baker. Nate and Jeremy tied on the double overhand axle. So they have the same points right now. And that puts Jeremy in a slight lead. And I got to go because I'm up next. Well, it would always hang down. All right, so that was harder than it should have been. But that leaves 4 athletes left still. I need to give my next attempt. And by give my next attempt, I actually mean that I'm just typing in my own next attempt because it'd be way too inconvenient. So we have Boone Drummond here at 180 pounds. And he's successful at 180 pounds. Up next is going to be Eric Friesen. These are all third attempts. Oh. Broke it off the ground, but not quite there for Eric. That anvil handle really gives that knock bar a beating. No, shaking his head. I think he's kind of talking himself out of it here. Not quite there for Eric Friesen, which means I'm up next again. So I will mute myself and I will be right back. All right, I am back. Apparently my left hand is way better than my right. So we have one lifter left in. Jeremy Baker, you're looking for the overall win here. With 185 pounds. If I had known my left hand could do more than my right, I probably would have gone for this as well. But oh, bit of a slip from Jeremy there. Come on, Jeremy. You can get this. The 170 was comfortable. He's not rushing. He's going to take his time. Okay. He re-chalked and now he's back up to it. Just grab me a little bit higher up to try to get a bit of a smaller grip on it. Ooh. But it's looking like it might be just a touch too much for Jeremy today. Not quite there for him. So he'll finish with 170 pounds, which means that we had another tie for first place, this time between myself and Boone Drummond. So we are going to transfer those scores over to our official sheet, and we'll be back for the two-handed flask in about 7 or 8 minutes. We'll see you soon. All right, we're back. So that was Dano Trenholm, the 95-pound opener on the two-handed flask. So the big men's division. Let's see. Up next we have Aaron Clark. How many men do we have competing? 22 male competitors. On top of our, I believe we had 10 or 12 female competitors. Aaron Clark with 100 pounds easy opener for Aaron. And up next is Baz, Michael Reed. Also opening up at 100 pounds. Baz is our first men's 50-plus competitor coming out, and a good lift for Baz. Dano's coming out again at 105 pounds. We also have our score table back. We have Martin. He told me he had to leave before 2. It's currently 2:03 here, so. But, you know, we're glad for that. We love Martin, and he's a great help in running these competitions. A good lift there on a second attempt for Dano Trenholm. 105 pounds. Took him 2 attempts, so he might opt for just a 5-pound jump. But I think with the ease of his successful attempt, I think he'll probably go 115. Oh, no, he did select 110. So up next, we have Jeff Hampson, Iron Age athlete, attempting 110 pounds for his opener. We have a few 110-pound lifts. Jeff, and then, lifted much higher than necessary. Right after him is Garrett LeBlanc, also opening at 110 pounds. It's cold now, so I'll wait. The easy opener for Garrett. And up next for his second attempt is Baz. 110 pounds. And he'll be followed by Dano Trenholm, also at 110 pounds, before we bump it up to 115. Ooh, bit of a slip there for Baz's grip. Oh, just a tiny bit away. He's got to get over top of it. Ooh, this is just barely over his limit, it seems. Oh, just so close. I think he jammed his thumb on one of those, showing it to our referee. Oh, I think he cut his thumb. I think he bled on the bled on the implement a little bit. So we're just gonna have a bit of a break here because we have to disinfect that. We can't be exchanging bodily fluids on the competition floor. Just saw some big reactions to Baz's thumb, so it looks like probably a fairly nasty cut there. No, didn't expect blood at grip sport competition. You know, like the implements aren't like knurled. You don't usually have like callus tears here, so weren't really prepared for that. But we're getting a disinfectant. I have to dry out that implement, so. if anyone has never volunteered at a powerlifting meet, so typically the way that we would clean blood off of an implement is obviously first you have to disinfect it. So spray with disinfectant, and then what you do is you rub chalk everywhere, because that is going to dry it out much faster than fanning it, as Tyler was demonstrating. But it dries it out pretty much instantly, and then typically you just use a cloth of some kind, and you wipe off all of the excess chalk, and then it's good to go. And a good lift there for Dano. That was pretty much a limit lift there. It looked like it was starting to slip out as he tapped the knock bar. So good attempt selection there from Dano, 110 pounds for a successful third attempt. And up next we have David Drummond, starting off with 115 pounds as his opener. The second of our Masters 50 plus competitors. We have some big openers on this implement this year. Nate Paul and Jeremy Baker both opening at 170 pounds, with Eric Friesen opening at 175. Now, the winning lift from last year was only 178. So it'll be interesting to see how many people go above that with how high these openers are. That was a good lift from David Drummond at 115 pounds, and we have another Masters 50 plus competitor following him, Dan McMullen, also attempting 115 pounds. Good lift for Dan McMullen. And now we're bumping the way up to 120 pounds. Here, we'll start to get this score sheet updated. Oh, never mind. It updated itself. It is supposed to update itself on a 5-second refresh, but sometimes it doesn't do it every 5 seconds. So we got Denzel LeBlanc up with 120 pounds. So we have 5 lifters attempting this weight, and Denzel is successful. We have 4 of those lifts are openers, and then Garrett LeBlanc is doing it as his second attempt. So now we have Trevor Jaworski coming out. That's a good lift for Trevor. I say these events where like pinch, it's your fingers opposing your thumbs is how you're able to maintain your grip. So most grips that we think of, most crushing grips, really depend on your ability to close your hand, so finger strength. But these ones it's a balance. You can be limited by either your fingers or your thumbs because they're pushing against each other. So people who tend to do good at this are people who have some trades experience. They use their hand in a lot of different ways and usually build up their thumbs a lot more than if all you're doing is gripping a barbell or doing wrist curls. And that's what I do. So this on paper shouldn't be a good event for me. We'll see how it goes. That was a successful lift for Rob Snow at 120, and now we have Garrett LeBlanc also at 120 for his second attempt. He's successful there. So now we're going to be going up to 125 pounds and starting off with Tom Pahal, our men's U83 competitor. Successful lift there for Tom. So up next is going to be James Weary. There we go. Updated now. Also at 125 pounds for James. An easy lift for James. Just showing off at that point. Jeff Hampson's following James, also at 125 pounds. And a good lift for Jeff. That was his second attempt. So it looked like it was getting to be more difficult, so he might take a smaller jump. That was 15 pounds. We'll see if he opts for a 5 or a 10-pound jump for his third. But right now, we have David Drummond coming out to attempt 125 pounds, and that is no problem for David. Almost took out both sides of the upright. Up next is Dan McMullen. Looks like he's just copying whatever David does. 125 pounds here, and no problem for Dan McMullen. So it looks like David has taken a very, very big jump. He's gone from 125 up to 150. So he's throwing down the gloves for Dan, seeing if he'll challenge him or if Dan is going to play it safe. Up next, we have Lane Campbell coming out with his opening lift of 130 pounds, repping the Manitoba Strongman shirt, Team Manitoba Strongman shirts, sweaters that Emma Grimmelson had made for Nationals last year. That was a good lift from Lane at 130 pounds. Up next, we have Aaron Clark attempting 130 pounds. So this is a 30-pound jump for Aaron, but successful at it. Didn't look that much harder either, so he might make another fairly big jump. Up next is Denzel LeBlanc attempting 130 pounds. And that's a good lift for Denzel. All right, so up next, it looks like we're going to have Boone Drummond coming out at 135 pounds. I'm surprised to see Boone out this early, given he just tied for the win on the Rogue Anvil. Well, maybe he knows. Maybe he's better at the crushing grip and not as good on the pinch. He did have a bit of a slide right as it broke off the ground, so that might be the case. Rob Snow is up next, also at 135 pounds. He is coming out just after our other two men's 50-plus competitors left in the competition. So he gets to see what they did and knows what he has to do to stay in the lead. He's already won both of the first two events. Ooh, but a bit of a struggle here. Oh, he'll be looking to get this just to ensure he picks up those points. Not quite there for Rob Snow. Rechalking now. He was really close on the first attempt. If he rechalks and takes a little bit of time to recover, he could still get this. Getting aggressive. Gotta squeeze that. Not quite there for Rob. That'll be his first, well, not event loss, because he's not in last place, but the first event that he's not gonna win. So up next is Garrett LeBlanc, also at 135 pounds. Oh, didn't quite. Oh, no, didn't quite touch. Oh, didn't control it on the way down, but he did get the touch. You have to touch and control it on the way down. It is literally as close as it can be. It's very much like in powerlifting when you get the down command, but your grip slips before you can react. That was a good lift. Good lift for Garrett LeBlanc on his third attempt at 135 pounds. Up next is Jeff Hampson, another one of our men's U83 competitors. He'll be looking to tie Garrett here. Ooh, doesn't look like he quite has it. Not quite there for Jeff today. He'll finish with his second attempt of 125 pounds. And next, we're moving up to 140 pounds for Kuai Leong for his opener. Lots of athletes have already gone, but not done. We're having a lot of overlap. Typically, at these local level competitions, and especially competitions where we don't have a big history of competitors, training for them, you tend to see a lot more groupings of athletes where you have our early athletes who come out and finish, and then the next group with like distinct separation. But right now we're having a lot of overlap. Nobody's really finishing this event, and others are jumping in. So that was a good lift for Kuai Leong at 140 pounds. So up next we have Trevor Jaworski, also at 140. This is a big jump for Trevor. 20-pound jump. And successful at it. A good lift for Trevor. I imagine he's probably going to do maybe a 10-pound jump. I don't think he'll take another 20. And we have Mateo Clayton attempting the same weight that Trevor just did, 140 pounds. And that's successful for Mateo. And then following Mateo, these athletes are coming out faster than my graphics can refresh. Up next is Tom Pahal, also successful at 140 pounds. And he's going to be followed by Lane Campbell at the same weight. Successful lift there for Lane Campbell at 140 pounds. Next up is going to be Cam Chorney at 145 pounds. We have two athletes opening up at this 145-pound mark. That's our two Cams, Cam Chorney and Cam Rishaw Ross. Sorry, 145 pounds. Or she isn't updated. There we go. And next up, the other Cam, Cam Rishaw Ross. Cam Chorney representing Iron Image and Cam Rishaw Ross representing Iron Age. Even their gym names are similar. There's a good lift from Cam Rishaw Ross. And he's going to be followed by Trevor Jaworski. Made a quick turnaround here, turning 145. He only did a 5-pound jump, so he should have this. Oh, not quite there, but he was close. Successful lift for Trevor Jaworski. He goes 3 for 3 in the two-handed flask. Up next is going to be James Weary, attempting 150 pounds. I think this bit better centered on the screen here. Can we? There we go. Close attempt from James Weary there. This is a pretty big jump. He's made a 25-pound jump here. But his opener did look very comfortable. Not there for James today. So he'll settle with his opening lift of 125 pounds. And up next we have Boone Drummond coming out for his second attempt at 150 pounds. Good lift there for Boone Drummond. I imagine he'll probably take about another jump of about the same amount. He just jumped from 15 pounds up. And he's followed by his dad, also attempting 150 pounds. So this was a big lift or big jump to put some pressure on Dan McMullen. If either of them are successful at it, that's going to be some good points. But no lift there for David today. So that means Dan McMullen could take the overall win here. They're currently tied. So if one of them can make this, they're going to break that tie. Dan, oh, just broke it off the floor. That was a better attempt than Dave. No, it doesn't look like it's there. Bit too big of a jump for both of them. But they did put themselves in a tie for first. Up next is Denzel LeBlanc, attempting 150 pounds. And that's a good lift for Denzel. 3 for 3 for Denzel. I think he's gone 3 for 3 on every lift so far. So great attempt selection for Denzel. Up next we have Aaron Clark doing another pretty big jump. He jumped 30 pounds and now 20. But like I said before, when your grip hits a wall, or when your grip is close to its max, it tends to just hit a wall, where one weight will feel pretty easy and then the next is just impossible. Now that's a good lift from Tom at 150 pounds. Following Tom, up next we have Lane Campbell. Let me just refresh my graphic here. Oh. Hope I didn't break it. Okay, there we go. Lane Campbell, 150 pounds. Brushing off some of the excess chalk there. Ooh. That just looks stapled to the floor for Lane. Not quite there. Good attempt for Lane. That was, I believe, his third attempt. He's already got to find him in the score sheet here. Yeah, that was his third attempt. So he'll settle with his second attempt of 140 pounds. So up next is going to be Cam Rishot-Ross. He'll be attempting 155 pounds. Ooh. Might just be a little. Oh, he's able to get it off the ground. He's trying a few different grip positions. It's looking like it might be a little bit too much for Cam. See, this is only a 10-pound jump, so even if he isn't able to get this, he doesn't lose off a lot of pounds. He's pretty close to the max he could have got possible. Not there for Cam. So he'll settle with his 145-pound opening attempt. No, he's still got time. He's got 20 seconds. He's going to make one more attempt at this. We've seen a few lifters get this at the last moment, but not going to happen for Cam. Which means that up next we have Kwai Leong. We have a few lifters going for 160 pounds next. Kwai Leong, Cam Chorney, Mateo Clayton, and Boone Drummond, all attempting 160 pounds. This will be Boone and Mateo's final lift, Cam and Kwai's second attempts. And an easy lift for Kwai Leong. And a good lift for Cam Chorney as well. Who's up next is going to be Mateo Clayton. And then followed by Boone Drummond. Ooh, it might be a bit too big of a jump. This was a 20-pound jump for Mateo. Same jump that he made from his first to his second, but a bit too much for today. Up next is Boone Drummond, and he's going to be followed by me, which means that I'm going to have to mute myself. and didn't quite touch. He was so close on that attempt. I think he can get this. Come on, Boone. Just lift it a little bit faster. And he touches, and he holds. All right, I will be right back. A bit of a mistake there from myself. Just approached it a little bit too casual, let the bar slip, or the flask slip out of my hands right at the bottom. So Jeremy's going now, and then I'll actually have to go immediately after him. And then a good lift for Jeremy, and I will mute myself and be right back. There we go. Just needed the warm-up lift. We got Cam Chorney attempting 175 as well. And a successful lift for Cam. Kwai Leong now at 175. This will be Kwai's third attempt. I believe that was also Cam's third attempt. And a good lift for Kwai. So now we have Eric Friesen. Oh, not Eric Friesen. Yeah, sorry. Yes, so my graphics just not updated. We have Eric Friesen. He will be opening up at 180 pounds. Now, last year, the winning lift on this event was 178 pounds. We're using kilo plates last year. And that was easy for Eric. 180 pounds for Nate Paul. And a good lift for Nate. Well, that is two lifters opening up heavier than the winning weight from last year. It'll be interesting to see where this ends up. There's still 4 lifters left in. Sorry, 3 lifters left in. No, 4. Jimmy Baker, Nate Paul. I was missing myself. And a successful lift for Jeremy. So next up is me. I'll mute myself and I'll be right back. Not a good result for me. That's a lot of points lost. But we'll see how the rest of this plays out. Jeremy's coming out for 185 pounds. Not quite there for Jeremy. Which leaves myself. I'm currently in second place behind Jeremy's 180. Oh, actually, no. I'm in fourth. That's rough. But we got 190 pounds now for Eric Friesen, who made 180 look like nothing. This is Eric's event. And no problem there for Eric. The man has thumbs. Means up next, we have Nate Paul, also at 190 pounds. We only have these two athletes left, and they both have one more attempt after this. And for best case scenario for me is for Nate to win this. Now, it looked like a fairly comfortable lift for Nate. I imagine they're both probably going to go 200. I can already see Eric put in 200 for his third attempt. And Nate is also going 200. So they're currently in a tie for first. And if only one of them gets this, they'll break that tie. 190 looked very comfortable for both athletes. I believe after this, it looks like it'll be Eric Friesen in first place. And that 200 is also no problem for Eric Friesen. Oh, Nate is going 205 pounds now. So looking to overtake Eric. Not sure what the rules are for grip sport for changing your attempts. See, 205-pound attempt for Nate Paul. And he's successful. That was a good lift from Nate, so we will get those scores entered. I will mute myself, and we will be right back for our last event, the finish ball. All right, so we are coming up with our last event of the day. This is the finish ball, and I actually remember to change the name. So let's see. So far, I will relay the scores right now for our men's under 80 class. Tom Pahal is in the lead with 10.5 points. In second is Garrett LeBlanc with 9. Dano Trenholm in third with 6.5, and Jeff Hampson in fourth with 4 points. So we had good lifts from Baz and David Drummond. For our men's U90, 2 athletes. Boone Drummond is leading with 6 points, with Denzel LeBlanc in second with 3. Our men's U105, only 1 athlete here, Cam Chorney. And then for our men's open, Eric Friesen is leading with 30 points. I was going to say with 1 point. No, that's first place, 30 points. I am in second with 29. And Nate Paul is in third with 27.5. With how Countback is going to work, it is whoever wins this event between myself and Eric Friesen. And then in our men's Masters 50 plus, we have Rob Snow in first with 10 points. A tie for second between David Drummond and Dan McMillan with 8.5 points. And then Baz is in fourth with 3 points. Back to the action happening in front of us. We have David Trenholm coming out for a 35-pound attempt on this finish ball. I use this. I got 1 rep in the warm-up. First time ever touching it. I do not like it. It's uncomfortable. It feels more uncomfortable than difficult. I don't like that. I want it to be more something that I can feel like I can really try hard at and be limited, but I did get up to 50 pounds, which is what I decided to open at, and that is more than most of the openers today, so we'll see how that goes. Aaron Clark, successful with 35 pounds. Then we have Mateo Clayton, also successful with 35 pounds. We're going to get our scores updated. Following Mateo is Nate Paul. Nate's currently in third, opening a bit lighter than the other top athletes here with 35 pounds, but that looked very comfortable for Nate. And he's going to be followed by Dan McMullen, also opening up at 35 pounds. So Dan is coming out after David Drummond. They're currently tied for second in the men's Masters 50 plus. Very easy looking lift for Dan there. Now bumping this up to 40 pounds. And we're going to be starting off there with Trevor Jaworski, opening up at 40 pounds. Let me get this updated. There we go. I was trying to grip. Oh, he knew it was slipping. Ooh, just popped out of his grip there. Sure, on this implement that doesn't feel nice. And a good lift for Trevor. It's a very high bar, I feel. There's a good chance we might see some athletes who hit the bar, but it pops out before they've returned the implement back to the ground. Up next, we have Lane Campbell, also attempting 40 pounds for his opener. And a good lift for Lane. Next up is Baz, 40 pounds. And a successful lift for Baz. This implement, I feel some people just get it. That's what I've come to notice. Like Candace and Kelly in the women's group both hit really big numbers on this implement, despite Candace finishing kind of mid-pack on all the other implements. Now a good Oh, now a good 40-pound attempt for Dave Drummond. Overtaking Dan McMullen on that one. Next up is Rob Snow at 40 pounds. Rob currently leading in our men's Masters 50 plus. He has a 1.5 point lead. It's not a safe lead, but that helps to make it a bit more secure there. And I'm tied for the lead on this event for our Masters 50 plus. Up next is Dano Trenholm with a 40-pound attempt. This is his second attempt. And an easy lift for Dano Trenholm. He will be followed by Garrett LeBlanc, opening up at 45 pounds. We have a lot of 45-pound lifts. This is a lightweight implement. Jumps, even small jumps, are big changes in difficulty. Jan commented she doesn't like this implement either. This is just... Yeah, maybe it'll grow on me. I've done exactly 1 rep of it. Oh, we're doing 2.5 pound jumps. I just see Dano Trenholm going for 47.5 pounds. So we have 2.5 pound jumps on this one. It's a good lift for Tom Hall. I feel like climbers and massage therapists would be good at this. That's my guess. People who kind of use their hands in weird ways. Not just normal gripping. Denzel LeBlanc attempting 45 pounds. And an easy rep for Denzel. Easy lift for Boone Drummond at 45 pounds. He's going to be followed by Cam Rashot Ross. Good lift for Cam there. And Jeremy Baker up next, 45 pounds. Jeremy Baker was overtaken by Nate Paul for that third place spot. So I think he's just going to look to take that back after this event. Got to check what the difference between them is. Half a point between Jeremy and Nate. Good lift there from Jeff Hampson. Can't get our graphic to update, but this is Aaron Clark, and the beating that our pin has taken, it's falling out now. Oh, didn't quite touch. There he goes. A good lift for Aaron Clark. Up next, Mateo Clayton. Dan McMullen successful at 45 pounds. That puts him back in the leading position going into third attempts. David Drummond put in for 47.5 pounds. Dan McMullen has opted for 55. That's a big jump. And definitely is a risk. Right now we have up Trevor Jaworski. Oh, pin just fell out when he dropped the implement. Trevor's attempting 45 pounds. We're almost at the end of our 45-pound attempts here. Successful lift. Yeah, it dropped. Okay. No lift there. So Trevor Jaworski's going to have to attempt this again. Of course, the one time it was an accidental entered good lift. It updates right away. There we go. He's done this once. There we go. Good lift for Trevor. Up next is Baz at 45 pounds. And he'll be followed by Robert Snow taking his last attempt. If Rob hits this, I believe he only needs one other lift to go his way to ensure that he wins the category, the men's 50 plus. But that's a successful lift from Baz at 45 pounds. That actually might make it difficult for Rob to win. He might actually, with that lift, he might need both David Drummond and Dan McMullen both to miss their third attempts, even if he makes his third, which he's coming up next. There's a lot of tension in this men's Masters 50 plus category. All due to the current tie for second after 3 events. So here's Rob Snow attempting 45 pounds. He needs to get his thumb more underneath, just like that. Not quite there. He's got time, though. You know, Rob's got a big thumb, big fingers. It might be hard for him to wedge underneath that ball, but he's able to get it. It's always the left hand to the rescue. So up next we have David Trenholm. Now that puts Rob in a current 3-way tie for first on this event. Now if both David and Dan get their last attempts, then that would mean that Rob would drop 2 points to Dan McMullen, who's only 1.5 points back. So actually, if David or Dan miss this attempt, then I believe that should secure Rob the win for the Masters 50 plus. You know, we still have a lot up for grabs in our men's U83. Lots of points yet to be decided there. Although, this is one of our U83 athletes, Dano Trenholm, doing his third attempt, 47.5 pounds. I will start calling him Dan because I hear everyone cheering for him, calling him Dan. Ooh, just looks like a little bit too much for Dan. Not going to happen. So he'll settle with his second attempt of 40 pounds. Up next, we have David Drummond looking to break his tie with Dan McMullen here. Got it off the ground. This implement, I feel like you get your fingers in the right spot and it becomes comparatively effortless. Compared to just slight changes in grip, I think can really mess up how you perform on this event. Just resting, using his time wisely. Oh, can't grip around the ball. You have to use your fingertips, at least thumb or finger. Not there for David, which I do believe means that Rob Snow locks up the win in the Masters 50 plus. Now he would be in a current tie if Dan McMullen makes his third attempt, but with Rob Snow already winning 2 events, the first 2 events of the day, he would win on countback. We'll see if Dan McMullen can. Oh, actually, Dan has dropped his third attempt, so he's going for 50 pounds now. Which again, if successful, he will break the tie with David. Oh, I believe while it does make it more likely, I believe that is still a loss on countback. I don't know if there's anything that Dan can do to win this category anymore. Because he's right now there's a three-way tie for first in that category between Baz, Dan, and Rob. Which means that they drop a point compared to a normal and outright win. But if Dan breaks that tie, wait, am I up? Oh, sorry, I'm up. 1 second. I will. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I did not realize I was up. Now we got James Weary. It looks like he touched but dropped before he had returned the implement back to the ground. Good lift there for James. I am now realizing I should have taken a much bigger jump than what I did, but I just got to stay ahead of why can't I find his name? Eric Friesen. Is that an easy lift for Nate Paul? And up next is Garrett LeBlanc. Garrett, no problem with that lift. So let's see, up next we got Cam Rashot Ross with 50 pounds. No problem there for Cam. And now we got Jeremy Baker up, also doing 50 pounds. This implement, maybe not Jeremy's event, but a good lift there. Jeremy and Nate kind of going head to head on this. Nate taking a big jump up to 60. Jeremy will need to beat Nate to keep his third place spot on the podium. That was a very good lift from Lane. Where's Lane? That's Dan McMullen now at 50. I didn't see Lane in the order there, which is strange. There you go, Dan McMullen, easy 50 pounds, which I do believe means that he put himself in a tie on points with Rob Snow, but Rob Snow winning the first two events should get him the win on Countback. Although, Dan McMullen may have won the last two events. He did actually win both of the last two events with Rob. Ooh, I'll have to wait till I input the scores. I'm not going to say anything on the stream. I don't want to be wrong and give anybody the wrong impression. Now we got where are all these people in the order? Aaron Clark, 55 pounds. That's not the correct order. That should have been Eric Friesen, because Eric had yet to do his opener. Good lift from Eric. He's probably going to go up, I'd guess 65. Nope, he went up 60, so he's looking just edge me out. He knows the game. Denzel LeBlanc up, attempting 55 pounds, and he's successful. Next up, we have Boone Drummond. Ooh, knockway there for Boone. That was a good lift from Boone Drummond. Up next is James Weary attempting 55 pounds. And he'll be followed by Jeremy Baker, doing his third attempt at 55 pounds. Oh, I don't know if he returned that to the ground. No, our head referee is saying that he did not return it all the way to the ground. It's a good lift for James Weary. 55 pounds. Up next, we have Jeremy Baker doing his third attempt at 55 pounds. Nate Paul is going for a big third attempt, 62.5. They're currently in a battle for third. Jeremy's taking the safe option here. Didn't quite touch. Super close on that one. I'm going to have to mute myself because I am up next, so I will be... Oh, yes, Jeremy's still attempting. I will wait for a second. Jeremy's going to reach shock. Oh, not quite there for Jeremy, which means that I am up next, so I will mute myself and I'll be right back. Okay, so it seems I have underestimated myself and made this really difficult to pull out the win here. Cam Chorney, good lift there at 60 pounds. Still a lot of athletes left to do third attempts. I think everyone's kind of just playing off of each other at this point. Up next, we have Kwai Leong doing his second attempt at 60 pounds, and he'll be followed by Eric Friesen, also at 60 pounds. That's a good lift from Kwai. Eric Friesen now 60 pounds. He's our current leader after 3 events. There you go. Had to adjust his grip a little bit, but once he figured it out, it was no problem for Eric. Puts himself back into the lead on this event. We're tied for the lead now. Jeff Hampson up, doing a 15-pound jump up to 60 pounds. Tried to use a palmed grip. Have to use your fingertips. at least a thumb tip or fingertip. And he dropped it on the way down. He's got 30 seconds. He just has to do he has to do exactly what he just did. Hold on for a fraction of a second longer. He's done it once. There it is. Down, down, down. There it is. You don't need to lower it gently. You just need to hold on to it. It was a good lift from Jeff Hampson. Up next, we got Garrett LeBlanc. His final attempt at 60 pounds. Everyone is on their third attempts. So it looks like Eric Friesen has put in for 65 pounds. Which means I'm going to go change my attempt. And I'm going to go 67.5. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back, and Garrett LeBlanc still attempting this. Looks like he's just having a tough time figuring out exactly how he wants to grip this implement. Not there at 60 pounds for Garrett. Up next, we're going to have Cam Rishot Ross. Not. Oh, and he got it. He looked hesitant. I thought maybe he didn't. Lane attempting 60 pounds. He got off the ground. No, can't grip it like that. You have to be the fingertips, not the side. It can't be the sides of the fingers only. Unless it's the side of the index finger and you're using a thumb tip. Has to be some sort of fingertip involvement. Oh. He didn't have it through the pin of the the ball portion of the apparatus. Is he gonna? Oh, just not quite high enough. You know, Lane should be trying to just stand up with it, not row it. He'd be able to lift it a lot faster, and it'd be easier to get the height that he needs. There it is, 60 pounds for Lane Campbell. Up next, we got Nate Paul coming out for 60 pounds as well. We got four more athletes coming out for 60 pounds. Oh, three more. Nate Paul, Boone Drummond, and James Weary all coming out for 60 pounds. Able to get off the ground. Not there for... Oh, no, he's not giving up yet. He's just taking a bit of a breather. Coming back in for another attempt using his fingertips. And there it is for Nate Paul. 60 pounds. I believe that confirms that he will be in third place at the bare minimum behind Jeremy Baker. Or, sorry, ahead of Jeremy Baker. They were in a duel for that last spot on the podium all day. Boone Drummond up at 60 pounds now. And he gets it. It's a great day for Boone. He just went for 3 for 3. Following Boone is James Weary. James is also attempting 60 pounds. He is our last athlete at 60 pounds. Reminder, all of these lifts are third attempts right now. There you go. James trying to figure out exactly how he wants to grip it. Lots of athletes really taking their time with this implement right now. Come on, James. You got a little bit of time left. Just able to get it off the ground, but it took a while to figure out the 55. But once he did, it wasn't hard. Only 3 seconds left. That's going to be it. All right, so no lift there for James at 60 pounds, but he was successful at 55, not leaving much on the table. Up next, moving up to 62.5 pounds, is going to be Tom Pahal. He'll be our only lifter attempting 62.5 pounds. Tom, this is a 7.5 pound jump from his previous attempt. Ooh. It might just be a little bit too much for him. He's going to take a bit of a rest here. Not seeing a lot of the guys try switching hands. "25 seconds for Tom." He's got to surprise the weight. We've seen him try that on the axle. And there it is. Good lift for Tom Pahal. 62.5 pounds. Now we're moving up to 65 pounds. We have 3 athletes attempting this way. We have Mateo Clayton taking a 20-pound jump to attempt this 65. Denzel LeBlanc and Eric Friesen will all be attempting 65 pounds. And Mateo, he's doing a 20-pound jump after a 10-pound jump. And everyone who talks to me about attempt selection knows I don't like a bigger jump after a smaller jump. I don't think it has a great success rate, but we'll see if Mateo can pull it off. Doing the side of the finger grip. That's what I've been using, and it has been working well. Let's see if Mateo can pull it off. I think he's kind of using the side of his thumb a bit too much. I'm hearing some words from our head referee here. Switching to his fingertips and the side of his thumb. A lot of the women had success with that technique. One hand to grip, one hand to lift. Not there for Mateo. So up next, we're going to have Denzel LeBlanc attempting 65 pounds. He is U90. His brother is U83. Or U93, I should say. I was going to say he's one of our U83 competitors still in this far in. But no, U93, still very impressive to have a lift left. Currently, he and Boone are tied, but Denzel takes the lead there. Up next is going to be Eric Friesen, also at 65 pounds. And after Eric is me. So as soon as Eric finishes this attempt, I will be muting myself to go take my own attempt. And that's a good lift from Eric. Definitely had some in the tank there. I will be right back. Well, I'll be very honest. Did not expect at all for that to happen. The 57.5 felt really, really easy. But, like I said, all day, that's kind of how grip goes sometimes. It's easy until there's just nothing there. So that means that I believe that means that Eric Friesen wins for our men's open category. I think there's also a pretty solid chance that Nate Paul ends up in second. So we'll see how this all breaks down once we have the final scores entered in. Cam Chorney with a attempted last. This is the last lift of the day, or last attempt of the day. Cam. Oh, not going to be able to get it to fully leave the ground. Not there for Cam. We're going to calculate the scores, and we will be right back with the final placings. Okay, so we got our podium coming up. I gotta adjust the angle here a little bit. So there we go. So we're starting off with the men's 50 plus division. This one was highly competitive the whole day. We actually ended up with a tie in points. But before we get there, our third place in the men's 50 plus is David Drummond. First strength competition ever. Signed up with the encouragement of his son Boone. We also saw it today, and we'll be seeing later. In second place, a tie on points. We have Rob Snow, just losing out on countback due to a third place finish. They have the same number of first place finishes, but Dan McMullen, our first place winner, he had one more second place finish than Rob. This actually made it very close because both of Dan's second place finishes were also ties. So that's why he was able to still have a point. That's why he was still able to have a tie despite Rob and him both having one win apiece, with Rob having a third place finish. So, up next is we have our men's U83 category. In third place, it is Dan Trenholm. Hitter from... he's from the Yukon, I think is what Tyler just said. So, glad to have him out to compete. We have another athlete that typically represents Manitoba, living in Yukon, Tyler Vidal. In second place, Garrett LeBlanc. Also competed at the grip competition last year. Finished with 11 points. First place with 3 event wins. We have Tom Pahal of Iron Image Gym. He had 14.5 points, winning our men's U83 division. Up next, we have our men's U90. 2 athletes in this division. So second place, Denzel LeBlanc. Kept it competitive with Boone the entire day. And in first place, Boone Drummond. You know, these two kept it close the entire time. They were 20 pounds away on the axle bar deadlift, the heaviest lift with the biggest increments. Only 10 pounds away on the two-handed flask, and then Denzel won the finish ball. So, very close day overall. Our only men's U105 competitor of the day, Cam Chorney. Always fun to have out from Iron Image Gym in Selkirk. Having a great time. I gotta zoom out a little bit. Cam's too tall. Oh, I gotta go. Sorry about that. Wasn't able to commentate our open podium, but I had myself and Nate Paul in second, and Eric Friesen from coming out of nowhere to take the overall win. It's a very exciting competition, especially those Masters 50 Plus and the open category where places were being shuffled around all day. Super exciting finish to the day, and our next event is going to be our annual charity log competition happening on March 22nd. There will be a live stream posted for it. If you're able to, come down in person. If you are able to, come and lift, because all proceeds are going to the North End Women's Center. We've been putting on this event for, I believe this will be our 4th year. It's always a lot of fun. It's a great way to kind of get started in strongman in a competition. It doesn't take as long as committing to a full strongman competition. It's not as much to prep for. And we usually do some, if you want to come down to Iron Age at 49 Heaton Avenue, Winnipeg, Manitoba. We typically will do some open practice sessions where some of our more experienced athletes will help you learn the basics of log press so you can get prepped for the competition. That is our next event, and we hope to see you there. Bye.